Hey everybody! Oh, hey Mr. Rabbit, thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone. I see you're all dunny with the funny, so thank you for letting me know your joke has concluded. I'll be expecting the 10-page survey in the next couple of weeks. Hope everyone's doing alright. This time I'll remember to actually get rid of the intro page before I go too much farther. So the She-Hulk, oh boy, off to a flying start. The She-Hulk Attorney at Law trailer came out today, and I figured, what better time to hop back into Great Ace Attorney Chronicles and maybe finish it? I don't know. We seem to be reaching a very confusing end, so fingers crossed that we may finally cross that finish line and finally put to bed the, 40-part series? Quinn warning, this part will be long. There's to be continued between this part, not until you finish this trial for the judge. Oh boy, well, glad to... Thanks for the warning, TechSpace. Well, let's see how long we can go before I finally just pass out from exhaustion. Wait, this doesn't... Okay, yeah. I hope this is the save. Okay, hold on. This already doesn't feel right. Okay, nope, here we go. We're here. It's the next day after we found Judge Shigoku trying to run away. We're good, we're good. Also, Chestian117 and Capwalkers, thank you for your resubs. 37 and 7, respectively. Sorry, I had something in my glasses. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. You're already up on the bench. Do you have to really stand up to look down at us? Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as the prosecutor? You know what? Fair question! He is admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. Okay, just because we're not trying you for that stuff yet doesn't mean you're entitled to this. Papaneer Bestneer, thank you for the tier 1 sub. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Well, at least it's promising that we won't have another day of this crap. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper! Fuck you. Cosmo's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that even really Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme
Hold on, I have to kick myself in the throat a couple of times.
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume?
No, I don't. Even if we're going to ignore the attempted murder thing here, he's now a witness relevant to the case. He shouldn't be allowed to be a lawyer in this case. It's ethically unpermissible. That's right, I said unpermissible. What are you gonna do? Sue me? But whatever, my lord.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak van Zieks.
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready.
Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin!
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Well, the first witness today, but really, what is this? Like the third, the fourth? I've lost count. Bring Shishiro Jigoku into the courtroom! At last, then, we've reached the final battle. I feel like if I had $1 for every time he said that, I would have at least $10. Which isn't a lot, but it's annoying. He's putting literally everything on the line. Hey! Don't use that word. He's not putting everything on the line in order to get to the truth. I've got to slap myself silly. Come on, Ryunosuke, it's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
So it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena? I did what was necessary.
Ha 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 ha! Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Shishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the IFSIT as the representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
Bitch! Don't call me out like that. It's on. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to this. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
I didn't fly, I sailed. On a boat. Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say.
I decline to comment. Oh, well, this is gonna be fun. What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette.
But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify.
Unrelated, you say?
I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I've obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. I mean, obviously we're aware what alien means in the context here, but I like the joke that he's just literally from outer space. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. No, I was just really faffing about. I got nothing to do today. Holmes is busy. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Shishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? A fucking telegram. Yeah, this.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing communication sent between Japan and... Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. K. Asogi. Assassin! T. Gregson. And J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? None of your business! But if you must know, in Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and H. Assassin are the names of assassins! No. A year ago in I don't know who's saying this. I'm gonna assume me. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. By this bitch! The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Assassin! A professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Assassin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London. I don't know why I'm doing a voice for me. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of an assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what is this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive. Ryanovsky. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Shishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you! Ah! You deliberately avoided saying a name?
The defense claims that these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I shall speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt. Ooh, that's not good. No, that wouldn't fly. You can't intuit guilt from silence, nor can you infer guilt from a defendant choosing not to testify. Bad Ryanovsky, bad lawyer. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. Ha 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 ha! There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know.
It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
So you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there was really an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest level is not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. That's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, counsel?
Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
Mail! Oh, sorry, that's too early. I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I'll freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak van Zieks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that there was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
No. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. No. 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 Maybe. Don't I have something related to the crew? No, too far. Did he say 10 p.m. or just say that night? No, crap. I wanted to go back. Whatever. I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable! Using Cosmo-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Shigoku too, and clearly double-crossed him. Oh dear, it's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Cosmo-sama's part. Can you get off his dick? One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. If you mean, Judge Shigoku must be lying. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, so... yeah, right here. At all times. Okay, which we know isn't true because of the drill. So... BAM! Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts, and during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Shigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. He already lied once! Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel?
Sorry, I was jamming out to the music there for a sec. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Shigoku's cabin that night, I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? I don't know. Let's see. Not that, not... Oh, okay, hold on. Yes, it's the screw pin. I don't know what you would call it. The top of the pocket watch. It's that. But how do I get... Do I have to inspect the little nub? There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here, look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something that, for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course! Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Now, can I inspect the small component? You see these little things all over the place, don't you? See these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. Hey! There we know. Now we know. It's called the crown. There we go. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? It's very grand nature for such a tiny part. Grand name. But actually... Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen the monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Okay, so how do I put two and two together here? I know that this is the crown to the pocket watch, but if I present it, is it going to count? Maybe if I go back and examine that again? Ah, it's not checked anymore. What do you think, Mr. Sato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too! Dun 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 dun! A perfect fit! I knew it! Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Alright, there we go. We found our causal link. So now we present this.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch?
Of course, Male Strongheart would know that at a glance.
A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch.
Duh.
Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Shigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there.
Grr.
In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku!
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly oh god. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Completely different voice, I just realized. Sorry? If I'd known that you would result in any... If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
Evidence that he's a corrupt judge. Not impartial, everybody. Not impartial. Bad witness. Untrustworthy. Do not rely on his testimony. I know I'm saying jury, but I should just be looking at you, Strongheart. You can conjure flame out of nowhere.
I think it's clear. The witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. Guilty of perjury. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
You've already lied! Twice! Witness testimony is full of bullshit.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon soe throw. Yeah, close enough. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It was nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
How do you know that? You've been running away since before this case started.
Ippon soe? A common judicial martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Duh! I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's Hand of Death. That was going to be me! Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my great gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Shigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Wait, Coding Wizard, what do you mean by not perjury? It doesn't matter if he's not my defendant. Lying under oath is perjury.
Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
Oh, sorry, I missed the rest of that conversation. Never mind, Coding Wizard. I get what you're going at. Hard to read sarcasm when I'm glancing over chat. Yeah, that's right. It's only perjury if it's someone I have to account for.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, yeah, so immediately go to number 5. Go to number 5. Go, go, go now! Press that shit. Press it.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. Stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Okay, well that's clearly bait, but I am gonna screen cap it. Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How, exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? There are laundry sacks! Well, yes, that's true, but... all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman that has a hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Let's kill that idea then. But perhaps not. Miss Susato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I got to alter my testimony with your consent. I was about to say constant. With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to... Ooh, look at that stare. Actually, there is. We already know you have that massive effing trunk that you can hide in. Yep. Hold on, pull this back up. Yep. Gregson was so close to us. To think, he was within arm's reach. The whole time. What a devious crime. Alright, bitch.
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have removed Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met... We learned that when we first met upon your arrival in London. Remember? You were bragging about it, like an idiot. Don't you feel foolish having mentioned that, now that we can use it against you? Oh, it was Mikatoba's fault, I guess. He can't play the whole fool. Also, why does your trunk smell like a dead person? I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. And I'm stiff as a rod. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Shigoku's trunk! Not a dance break. I just want that revelation to sit with you all for a second. Feel the guilt.
Order! Order! Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. The text box kind of ruins it, but I missed the chance to screen cap that the last time, I think. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Shigoku?
I'd rather not. There's shit all inside.
Oh, wait, I mean... But inside his trunk, how horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense!
Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Okay, that would have handled the dead body smell. But if people usually void their bowels when they're dead, you're not covering up the shit smell!
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikatoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Ha 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 ha. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move to letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century.
Previously, it was just built on the judge's mood. And I can see that you both have laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Shigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed?
I was about to make a why is Gamora joke, but I realized all those where, how, when, and why apply to this.
It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard.
And the accused, Barrick Van Zieks, shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time,
The defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning in the British are known. Where I messed that up. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. I know it's stripling, but stripling just comes off the tongue faster. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Yeah, when Chitty Chitty Meow Meow bring out the Lethal Weapon 2, when is the judge finally going to say diplomatic immunity?
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Huh. Not my armband. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Maybe? Nah, could have just fallen out of his hand. You have this thing, but I doubt that's it. No. No, not what? I guess it doesn't directly contradict, so I'll leave that there. This is always gonna be funny for me. Oh! Okay. I think I see it. Hold on, can I get a... there's no picture of that. I mean, I screen capped it, but I guess that would be cheating. Yeah, why is he balled up like this? If he died instantly, he wouldn't have curled up. He would have slumped over. I like that little detail. That's something you have to really mull over. But yeah, it's this.
Take that!
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed.
You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Shikoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. The past 2 exchanges have been, you're the idiot. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ugh! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Also, his pants are immaculate. This is true. The blood would have run down his body. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting...
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out onto the floor. From the inside of the large travel trunk. No! You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly it's been kept in a confined space. Judge Shigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. And shit! Duh! present my trunk, I refuse! What? On what grounds? Diplomatic immunity. There we go. There it is, guys. Hey, we got here. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I don't know why. It's just... the possible double entendre, I think, is what's tickling my funny bone.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. That wouldn't eliminate his privileges. Those would have to be removed by the government that invited him. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, but you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You? Dear God, outrageous! So it was you! You admit to Inspector Gregson's... No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it! If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh! That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi! You... I never thought you'd stoop to this, Shishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? No, I was trying to pin the crime on Barrack. Damn it! Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion on that line of question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. Your Honor, I just had to make sure that there was, the prosecution could not prove beyond all reasonable doubt that the murderer was Barrack Van Zieks. We have now established Gregson died on the steamship, and Barrack was safely in a gentleman's club.
So, my job's done here. I leave this for someone else to sort out. Bye! I'm just kidding. Let's keep going. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It all comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. You couldn't have multiple people. Someone has not read Murder on the Orient Express. It's me, I haven't. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is... Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch an assailant by the toe. If he hollers, let him pay $50 every day until he dies. You. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit the crime. What?
The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Sogi's involvement?
No, not that. I'm thinking it's this. This provides such a small window of opportunity for Gregson to have been murdered. But I'm forgetting about where Asogi would have been. Well, let's see what happens.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What?
Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk.
Duh!
Now clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, this flashback that even I forgot about. So he stayed in Dover. No, he stayed in Dunkirk. I wish you had been a bit more specific about where this boarding house was. So he disembarked the ship when it was in Dunkirk, stayed at a boarding house that night, then came back the next day. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof
that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Yeah! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Oh, now we're just not accepting things on faith. I don't care if my friend's network is unreachable. Go away. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. As I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify. An undeniable proof! I mean, not undeniable, just good evidence. Oh, no, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. Grrr. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain in such a macabre way. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look like the murder has happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Shishiro Jigoku! It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when this all began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Yeah! It's over! My life is over. Yeah, you're paying for another witness stand, bitch. I just destroyed my throat. Hold on, I'll be right back. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. It was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time, in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The Ifis, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And that made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? Well, there's only one person who could have done that. Well, the mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Ugh! So that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper! I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
So there was absolutely no noise as you strangled Gregson, to at least the point of unconsciousness. Uh-huh.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student.
We give all our judges guns. Makes things fun.
I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that.
So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Yeah, no, if he was strangled that badly, there would have been marks. So this kind of throws a big wrench in the storyline.
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then upon arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. My bad. No. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over to where the body was over the. Oh my God! Doing the Super Saiyan yell fucking killed me. How does Nick do it? So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. It must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course.
Oh geez, Nitsang, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, whoops, sorry, I missed something. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
I wanted to see you in your disguise.
What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into the trap? Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
We did it! Yay! Where are the fireworks?
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors.
Okay, don't butter his bread too much.
The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange?
You got nothing left to lose, just say it. Spill those beans.
Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us! Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I will now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Jashiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty! And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
No fireworks?
Aww. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Which isn't my job, but I've complained about that enough. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought by the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barak van Zieks.
Objection!
What now, Kazuma? The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That's the prosecution's unwavering position. What? You're full of shit! But Judge Shikoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barak Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Shishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. Yeah, see, there you go, Kazuma gets it. Wait, what?!
Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. Stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. While it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding this court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Light 'em up! Bullshit!
Pray turn the blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unrelenting accusation hasn't sourced the contents of my hallowed chalice, hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, to crush those allegations once and for all.
Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks.
The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Cosmo-san is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew he would be like this. I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. as a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
As you wish, my lord.
I have never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
That is a lie.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused is to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
A desire to uncover the truth.
That's a bad job! Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Cosma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you've convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. I mean, we're already so far off the rails, but when you have something like this where either it wouldn't be the prosecution. The prosecution can't call the defendant as a witness. They can only cross-examine the defendant when the defense brings him up in clear recognition of his Fifth Amendment rights. So, we're already far off that mark. But when you're so of course that doesn't apply in something like a civil trial where a plaintiff can call the defendant. Something they usually don't do, at least not in cases I've seen, but granted most of the cases I've seen were like car wreck cases. So eventually you have the plaintiff bring forth one driver and the defendant bring forth their driver. They give contrasting reports of how the crash happened, and you kind of have to look in the weeds to see what really happened. But when you're cross-examining your own client, you would essentially just want to address any weak points that came off in their testimony when the plaintiff was getting direct testimony. So the fact that the game is obviously telling me to now point out a contradiction in my client's testimony is already so far out there, we've left any semblance of rational practice. So, let's just go ahead and get to the point here. Uh-huh. Okay. And that's what we know is the lie. Because we have, if it's still in here... Man, so much freaking evidence. There, right here. We have this. We have your brother. No, don't close it. And we have Inspector Gregson. Read it and weep.
Objection!
What's this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report?
I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
Order in the court! What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report to your counsel?
This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is the indelible link, oh boy, haven't seen that word in a while, is the indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The professor.
I personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain that he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Grinch Nasogi was guilty of the murders. And in my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed. That was key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the inconclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all concluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man with as a mass murderer and send him to his death?
That's outrageous!
And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order! Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost.
You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toss this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma! You know this won't wash! You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. At last, we can finally point out the bullshit. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Shishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth.
What truth?
The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago.
What? A secret?
I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Ah, Gregson's final words.
Right, you see, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it?
That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated?
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right, even then.
So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zieks' autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zieks. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No. No. You're pointing the case at the prosecutor who was appointed after he pled with someone else. Someone else. Someone else. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as we established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused of this in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zieks.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi. What? What? You've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. Has shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zieks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is, too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. I've been feeling it since Case 2! Case 3, actually. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Male Strongheart! At long last!
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart! Dance break! Yes, our memes are no longer... The one meme I fished out of this game is no longer a dream. The mastermind. We've waited almost a year for this moment. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks? 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Shishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. So, interesting thing. I don't want to get too much into the rules on hearsay. Suffice to say that an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted, meaning you're saying someone told you it happened as proof that it happened, generally is not admissible. There are several exceptions to this. Some qualifications that make it non-hearsay, like if it's a statement by a party opponent, or one nice little tidbit that doesn't make it into all the evidence codes in the different states of the United States, but is in the federal rules of evidence, a dying declaration. The idea that a person dying has no reason to lie. That, of course, is up for debate. But Gregson knew he was going to die, and still, while keeping the secret of the Reaper, admitted to fabricating evidence. So it's iffy, but even by today's standards, you could offer that as proof. You could offer that testimony as evidence that there was a fabrication. Anyway, the one legal tidbit I can offer for this stream, I know I offered one earlier, but that was a lot more iffy.
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything.
That's a good pose. I'm taking a picture of that.
Ugh!
Of course, we only have Cosmo's word that was Gregson's final words. Yeah, but so that's what I said. Normally, what Gregson said would be hearsay and inadmissible. Oh boy. But because it's a dying declaration, Cosmo could attest to it. Thus, and if it fell under the dying declaration exception, it would be admissible as evidence.
Order! Order in the court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and the night of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who could testify about the events 10 years ago, is there?
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business raking over the coals of the case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it that there are no objections.
Cosmo. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth of what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zyk's autopsy.
There is someone!
He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me!
Oh, you'll find out. I'm about to summon him.
Cosmo, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zykes is male Strongheart. No, I pushed my limit there. Yeah, it's Mikatoba. He was under Dr. Wilson. Let's go.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugen Mikatoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Shishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikatoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikatoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikatoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
What? But Professor Mikatoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance.
Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need this witness testimony. The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by the Japanese Supreme Court Judge Shishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. At what point could the fact that the judge is accused call for a mistrial? Oh, this is the we're bucked the rails there. Honestly, we've reached the point that this, like, the judge can do whatever he wants, and we would just have a lot of facts to present on appeal. But appellate courts don't exist in Ace Attorney, so let's keep going. This is why the game is so effing corrupt. By which you mean me? Yes! Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Ugh! This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Grr. Whoa! I'm not doing that again. I already busted my throat with Jigoku. You only get one. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Damn it! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Shishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Fucking hell. Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of this trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be. Not the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the provocations of your superiors? Order! Order in the court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. It's already open. It's ajar. You just said it. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! Blah, 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 blah. Murder's an agreement. Yeah, let's go. Rah, rah. Rah, rah. Justice time. Spartacus! What is the world coming to when a rich white man can't get away with murder? I don't even think you need rich in there, but yeah, topical. I can't come up with a bunch of random voices off the top of my head. I've done it too much already. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Oh, they're actually chanting testify. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find that it'll be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Migatoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. He's kicked Shishiro's ass on his way out. What? Professor Migatoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo! Ah, yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom, this male Strongheart, and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Alright, I'm torn. We must be reaching the end soon. Honestly, doing the Super Saiyan for Jigoku was a bad call. But I actually do want to see how this ends, and I don't want to wait a week. Because I've got other streams planned. I'm going away for the weekend, so ooh. Okay, someone tell me, we're at the 2-hour mark now. If I move on to the next piece, 1, is it the end of the game? And 2, how long can you remember it being? Because it's for another 2 hours. I'm going to regret waking up tomorrow. It's long? Crap. You probably have about an hour left, if I recall correctly. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pour myself a drink, and I will come back to finish this tonight. Oh, good, it's her. Alright, so while we admire Cosmo's attire for a little bit, I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. I got a snack, I'll admit. So I apologize if you hear some munching noises. Anyway. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikatoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Father? And Professor Mikatoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori. Maria. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She's just appeared.
You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. Whilst I was in the antechamber, too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministries of Justice decision is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. To those of you who have been talking in chat, I think what I might do is split the difference and save again at the end of the actual trial. And then if there's going to be like another hour of wrap-up, then we'll save that for another time.
I remember you, Dr. Mikatoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Stalwart Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I study under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks? I was. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama's finally scared the right Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe?
Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had much a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zieks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time. You must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too!
Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing anything otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
From my own observations, I couldn't say that there was any indication of the autopsy reports having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Migatoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing I could positively identify as such, much less swear into testimony. Ha 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 ha! Well, that cleared things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death. And with his testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped them of their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. Yeah, so what the hell was that?
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkling. It was sparkling around with a hole, as if it might slip over one's finger, over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth, or ring figure. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. And they arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious! Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And it was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Oh, well, it's just that I was thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. The removal of this historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Let's look at that ring! I don't care. I don't care what you say. I want to look at it now. I want to look at it now. Looking at it now! These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the exquisitely fat gemstone in the middle of the ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Ugh, you would make such a dangerous ring. You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Nice that you can make fun of yourself. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Okay, so here, yeah, and here's where we have to go. This ring cannot have been swallowed without signs of internal injury. Go the other way.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Migatoba? That's right, as I said with my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can either confirm nor deny whether this ring was in fact... well, whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best.
What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that the evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained in as internal trauma.
No!
And there you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson at the laboratory that day. Oh, jeez, we finally have to come up with a voice for the dead man. The man who's been dead since the game started. Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Migatoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you would expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Shut up! Dr. Migatoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries could be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify its assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but
damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the gate to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, about the memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
Yes, remember, in the flashback.
Yeah, bang, remember that?
It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Ah, are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
you mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what the thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested.
Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke.
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you apparently blind the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my, that is very strange. Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him then. That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence!
An obvious conclusion of it at which...
I don't know why he's suddenly a vampire too.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
I hate this.
But if that autopsy was all above board, there'd be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma.
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that... You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence would mean him being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. And we can only show where there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that would possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
My first thought goes to these. Huh. So what else do we have from the jail? Ah. Yep. You dropped the word negotiation in there twice.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during the trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at that time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah! Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. There wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Shums did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken. Waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. It's just a never-ending carousel of surprise witnesses. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. Your promise. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like to see nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Would the new witnesses and state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. I've given up on the Armstrong. Trying to mix that with the Scottish accent they give him is no. Was he trying to introduce himself as Gossip? You don't even have the lip anymore. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Lost the professor? We've all been through all that before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there ain't anything untoward happened. Oh, Lord. Man, he's becoming grown-up Gina. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Guards! A roll in there, laddie! All I did was...
Witness, Governor Caden.
Aye, sir!
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. You will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of vigil here and put the planned action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't keen if there was any negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Oh boy, the accent is going places. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't keen that. You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there's nothing about the professor case that was unusual in some way.
What?
I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely! I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. So what the hell were you talking about for the British Empire? Uh-huh. 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 There we go. Press.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything as I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do getting the jock out of the jail, nothing more.
I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh no! The room's spinning again!
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit his two crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah! Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, it was a real matter that was never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, it does not quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Kids! Aye, go on then. We know that's a lie. That's where the Asogi papers come in. Nope.
Objection.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Evers, the fella couldn't have anything blah 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 blah. He couldn't possibly have anything like that. That's what he said. But you know he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Hey! It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, you wee rat! I want to keep that secret! You can't touch me now! Yeah, I'm touching you right now! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. A bunch of stuff. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers.
Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jigs! What the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper. On the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job then, you peely-wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you afore, did I now, you lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barkley Prison all these years is actually a fake? It's a fake! As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barkley Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Who are you pointing at? You're pointing at the gallery? Why not point at Male Strongheart? Interesting choice. I've got the crowd on my side. What did you say? Oh, hey, they get to use that clip twice. Good for them. It would seem that a vocal few here. Vocal few, The silent majority is on my side. Are utterly blind to the truth. Very well, then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. The Asogi papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found about the Asogi papers when a directive came to tell me to impound him. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell, a kimono I think it's called. So you turned the cell inside out looking for it. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. That can't be true. You know, sir would call me a liar once, eh, you wee waffinger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold on me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. What the fuck is going on here? Huh. Okay. I guess this is screenshot worthy, but... crevice define gravity.
Are you gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Please shake me.
Yeah! Little and large, what a double act.
We complied with Asogi's will as far as possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
Aside from the ring. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is your old man, eh? Yes, there is no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork.
Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it?
I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh.
So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Vigil doing that when you nut, but they keep sucking tits. Yes, my lord. Well, I think we need to find out more about that kimono. Too bad. Why is it always statement 5? I have to go through all this again just to finally press the last statement.
Hold it!
Mr. Asogi's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. No, still good at that. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryanosuke. Ryanosuke! Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. No writing materials? He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing instrument to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black simi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say, the letters just looked like squirming messes of black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil?
Oh no.
Mr. Vigil!
Sir! It was Scarlet, sir!
What?
Oh! I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Oh no, here I go again.
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is something about the testimony we just heard? Have you called something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. Ha ha ha! My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or not possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Do we have anything on that? Where's the autopsy report? No, that's wrong one. Wait, no, that's still the wrong one. Wait, no, maybe it is the right one. F it, let's read it. Ah! Interesting.
Clint wrote the will? Okay.
Objection.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that it's exactly what you did see. What? Heavens again, you have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. For like the 5th time! Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the... Whoops! Finger slipped. Were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. The scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have soiled his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's ink well was open. But Clint was meticulous about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of that ink was in the inkwell. That was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi in the document with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Blah blah blah, blah blah, weapon, blah blah blah. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. Do you really think? If Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi, it was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What?
Objection.
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible! That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would have never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until his job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene!
Objection.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. There was something so daring that it prompted the powers to be to enact that plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I'm the professor. XOXO Clint. I have heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom that nobody can... You can tell I'm getting tired. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Destin Asogi had in possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue this line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret people in the judiciary would have been willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is the unthinkable truth that turns everything completely on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Zato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in that will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryanovsky! As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was, in fact, a confession! You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself! Gog! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Revelation dance break! My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Baron Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order! Order in the court!
Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung.
Balmung! That's poetic.
He was well known. Hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. It was stopped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family! What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? "10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remained, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. But you won't be able to handle it! Tell me, then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals, requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome to the end of the game. Revelations galore. You probably won't comprehend what's really happening, but it's dramatic as hell.
The 19th century was truly a truly miraculous 100 years for Britain and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, and until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night.
The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant and search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it.
He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. You can only imagine how, and what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did...
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret, and guard the secret to the bitter end.
Well, you fucked up. So you're admitted to it? You were behind it all?
And that was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Even 10 years ago, he would not stop eating those goddamn fish and chips. I hated him for that. I knew one day I would have to have him killed too.
Oh, he even tricked poor Gregsy. What a shame.
So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, Genshin's ring was taken. It was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. In the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me?
I hate being in prison. Wrap this up.
Ah, Strongheart, you fucking dick.
Sorry. My throat being in the condition it is, the flashbacks are just going to have to be accepted as read-only. And they can all be summed up in one sentence. Strong heart, strong arms, Tobias. Strong heart, strong arms, Asogi. That's the gist.
He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mayor Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrack Van Zieks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen... I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands, I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present to kindly shut up. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Well, we're gonna go back to Japan and spill all the beans. Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother? Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. Since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, no more. Only once, really? Clint wasn't the culprit. It was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Isogi will still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isogi, and the 3-page last will and testament pinned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. No more questions! Everyone go home! Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction? Where's the third document? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Oh, it's... Male Strongheart! It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Are you really flashing back to 2 seconds ago? Yeah, no, game, I wasn't asleep at the wheel. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. With what? With the evidence, man! Uno momento. This isn't 3 pages.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were... the 3-paged last will and testament. Ugh! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden!
What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black, worm-like squirrels to this day. And I quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I recall correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And with never I wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh?
So it was decided that the third page ought the
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I have the right to know what it said. To hear well, you wouldn't be hearing it, you'd be reading it. To hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel.
As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me right now. My father's message!
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees the court should know the content of that message.
Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well, then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear.
Yes, sir! Only I should point out to my lord, I cannot actually read the Vern language.
This beautiful handwriting, shame on you, Barry. I appear! If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
God damn it. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, be it a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Get the fuck out. But your cooperation is much appreciated.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our sword's great clan can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, thy mortal foes. Okay, well, hold on. When you say something like that, guess what I'm gonna do? So... Wait a minute, what's this? Apparently nothing. Unsheath that sword! Yeah, no, we have the chip. Is that not the head? Yeah, no, we have that. Oh. I wonder if I just jumped the gun here. Let me wait. A haiku poem? Twist... Oh, a haiku poem? Twist thy head. Father. What is Karuma? It is the name of the Asogi's clan's... The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations in the Asogi family. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence early in the proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Okay, so now it's in evidence, and we have our three-page will. So now what happens when I inspect the sword? It is the head! Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion?
I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira? So Mr. Asogi's words really meant twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Fucking hell! I've had that thing around me for months! I never once fumbled with it, just idly. Ah! Look what's inside it! Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Let's unwound it. Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Oh, wait, this isn't me reading it. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zieks. And the date. 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Oh, whoops. Clicked too quick. Alright, well, we got that. Open it! Open it! I want to read it! Of course. Has to be safe for drama. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother! Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we know now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Oh! Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we would never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection.
What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there is nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart. What exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Migatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? Well, fuck you, I changed my mind! In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. It would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse in these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yeah! Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryanosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Now, we didn't fill up that 4th page. But here it is, bitch!
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Grrrr! My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Kurama? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My God, it's true. My brother's handwriting, there can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? Ugh, what are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. Everyone get out. Nothing to see here.
Objection!
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason!
Read the will! We will hear the will! Getting all...
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going quite as you'd hoped. You fools! Go ahead, Ryanosuke. Read it! The prosecution gives its full support! Very well, then. No, for God's sake. No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly a merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known as in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. I noticed Genshin had the blowing headband accustomed to the clan. That demon is my quarry, upon whom I will willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watch my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk into the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male strong heart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming him his victims. His extortioner. Lord Male Strongheart, it was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. The crime must be cut off at the roots. But the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done and for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I fully intended to send him back to Japan as we agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. I made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Shishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. The man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Trevor. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... So I made the judge do it. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. To never remove the professor's mask, and never speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. Fuck all of you. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. I had nothing to do with it! He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you could worst him too, using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you hadn't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. That was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle. You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in the pursuit of truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little, when will you get it through your thick Nipponese skulls? It was all for Queen and Country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again! I'm probably not going to be talking much tomorrow. Good show, everyone. Good show. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite a picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. See, now this is why prosecutors love the crime of conspiracy. It's a nice little way to drag people in who didn't really do the crime, but were definitely big helps. Conspiracy, attempt, and there's one more I feel like I forget. I'll have to look that one back up. But yeah, it's attempt and conspiracy and one more thing that prosecutors just love throwing out. Great way to convict people of crimes they didn't necessarily do. I don't know if the crime of conspiracy existed within this vague time frame. Well, I guess conspiracy isn't the crime, it's conspiracy to commit something. It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? It's the free market, my dear friend. I'd like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. Aiding and abetting, I think, is the third one. I can't be entirely sure. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt.
Oh no, what a shame. That would just be awful.
Public order in the capital would completely break down and be cast back into the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think of what we would accomplish since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of his trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? I guess we do have to be complicit.
We definitely don't want what happened in France to happen here. God help us.
The Poors will chop off all our heads! Ooh, they got another chant going. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. I don't know, guys. Thanos might have a point. Yep, pretty much. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, but still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke! Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left to open to me. Oh yeah, raise an objection. Overruled, get the fuck out. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Arnahodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. It's the bunny! Actually, hold on. Let's enjoy this music for a sec. I don't think I've heard this a lot. Present!
Take that!
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. You've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then and heave! Right, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, I must remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice! That's what he said. Mr. Sholmes! You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... I'm a hologram! It's Mr. Sholmes! I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court! You've been warned once already, man! What the? We can't get over him, my lord! We just go right through him! Look at him pop and lock. He's straight up styling on us, sir! Yeah, hold on. What's a good moment here to screen cap? There we go. I think 5's enough. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see? The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? This is nothing like that! Oh, well, yes, I hear some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted into electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Not exactly instantly. Speed of light. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused? Hyros and I did some modest experimentation to develop a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentations, Sholmes? What a modest description! And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. Should have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the Great Detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you... Dear me, you, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I'm not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be Buckingham Palace! What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Zotto? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What? What?! What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order! Order in the court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be... I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all! Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything, from the start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the airlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph. You meddling... This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well, then, if everyone's sitting comfortably... Forthwith, and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Oh, he broke his staff. Oh shit, I thought all the fire was gonna land on him. Oh no! Oh no, it's broken! Oh shit! Oh, okay. Wait. Oh. Well, this was still okay. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but still good. Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. And you didn't fucking read it? What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barrack, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. Clint. Sorry, I just looked at chat. P.S. Please feed Balmung. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Shishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure that no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord! Oh, Lord, it's been... Santa, it's been so long! Ho, ho, ho. As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo. Allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zieks.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Cosmo Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Suzato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Also, that's really offensive. You're gonna have to do a lot more than apologize. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo? What a relief!
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Just got a slight iris like that, are you?
The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. As soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. And we must slap ourselves incessantly so that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Zieks, not guilty! Launch the fireworks! Alright. That is all. Court is adjourned! Get out! Alright, are you going to give me a to be continued, or I'm going to have to impose my will upon you? Okay, I'm imposing my will upon you. Alright, guys, that's the case. We probably have another hour and a half of wrap-up at this rate, so I'm going to call it there for today. Hope everyone enjoyed us. Hope the 4.5 hour session. Until next time, guys. I will be back. When will I be back? I'm not entirely sure. I'm still going to do a stream Thursday, but I'm not sure what it is. But if whatever happens, it'll happen at 7 p.m. Central. Oh, of course, we are going to have the Talk Has Pod Show tomorrow. Tomorrow at 3, we'll be talking about Doctor Strange, or at least Nick and Scott will. That much I know is happening. Until next time, guys, let me go ahead and send you over to Kieran, who I think is doing his personal Nuzlocke.
And now to mindlessly vamp for 5 more seconds as this thing ticks up. La-di-da-di-da. Hope everyone enjoyed the long story. Bye-bye!